All right, folks. Friday night indeed for us. And by some miracle, by some absolute miracle, I have actually accomplished all of my pre-stream routine without forgetting a single thing. Almost never happens actually going down the checklist correctly. Just need game, there's game, good. So where did we leave off? We left off with the first attempt of Guinea. Falling in love with Archie, making promises to return to the surface together. Archie gets arrested, as I forgot happens, but that's the end of the demo. That was a set point in time, a canon event that cannot be avoided. Sold my soul. And in a beautifully Mephistophelian tragedy, lost everything to rescue him. This Guinea, we're not pursuing Archie this time, and because we're a little bit more successful, I think, in matchmaking Grizz and Rachel together, we don't have Rachel as an antagonistic flirt anymore. So there's been less floundering, but it also feels as if I've accomplished less. We've got no romances. The most that we got is starting to flirt a little bit more with Ferret. But we have how many days now? 7 days remaining, I think, for Season of Confessions. Never mind. There's the one thing I forgot. I forgot to push send tweet for the going live tweet, but that's okay. $266 days. So yeah, exactly 1 week remaining in the Season of Confessions. 13 whole pennies. I could afford both halves of Horatia's back rent, and I haven't paid any off yet. So the goal, I think, for today is going to be, we'll go to Harjit, and we'll take a route on over to the Devil's Townhouse. And that should give me Milton and Virginia for two more census forms. Take census with the rubbery creatures. I want to get 2 though. We'll do the rubbery creatures some other time. So we'll get the 2 pages for pages. That'll give us 4. Then we'll go to the bazaar while Grizz is present. Give Pages his pages, and maybe a costume about things. Then the day after, we'll take as long as it takes to pay everything we owe to Horatia. And then, that'll be that's all the plans I have right now. And then we'll see what we'll do for the rest of the game. First recollection for the past. Archie's searching for his books, something in the mirror, the stranger who marked the curb, giving us more ammo when we finally accost Pages. Height and shape of Pages, but sooty robes. No ink. But an inclination that it is our corrupterous friend. What stories have I got to make? About the masters that might shock the ordinary Londoners. So we know about this, but you do sometimes want to put unknown actions and such. Alphabet we got. I'm gonna bring the fork with me. It's a meeting with the devil. They have some notice that somebody not affiliated with them has a fork. But I'm gonna keep it. But the fork often means no social call. A sinister purpose, small talk irrelevant. New destinations then. Alright. So, I am fully confident that the devils have no place for romance as we know it. Not for us, at least. But Milton is showing himself to be a somewhat more attractive option. Now that we've seen how he handled himself with the one priestly guy who rescued us before. I'm fairly certain these two have some culpability with David's eventual murder, but I don't know what. And I'm suddenly wondering if it's a selling of my soul that I want to avoid. How else could I otherwise deeply damn myself to get into bed with the devils and find out what exactly they know about the David incident? Milton engages folks for speriffage. Prefers handpicked though. Does not leave collection to humans. Does not leave collection to humans. A personal connection. We were dock workers. You guys served the judgments. Gamble that Virginia shares my sense of humor. With my spirifer fork lapel. I'll take that gamble. At least break the horrible truth to me gently. I don't think they like that. They fell still. Strangers. Okay. Strangers know each other only by repute, so I haven't offended them at least. A delicate matter. Do you think they're plotting David's poisoning right now, the both of them? Sour the mood. Critical question in a reassuring way. How many unfortunates trapped in your household? They count, Milton. That's exactly why I'm asking, I'm sure. You know, I was saying, right, that Milton isn't just devilishly handsome, but he's got like a silver tongue. But that's because he's a good spy. He has learned all he needs to do to say the right words, the right vocabulary. Romantic involvements. Too late, it's already on the page. Affairs of the heart. We do know she was... Wasn't there implication in the story right before that she was in love with the prince that she slew? Is it true you collect souls here? Yes. What's the purpose of this building? Contracts written and signed, orally, without paragraphs of stipulations and definitions to protect myself from their devilish wiles. Let's say no means yes. They're not like spies, they simply extract information for their own benefit, surreptitiously. To repay frankness somehow in the future. Stand closer and ask. I might as well. I don't want to make any promises to him. I was gonna say Virginia, but no Milton, but that's where we met. We got Milton as a block back when we spoke to, with Rachel and David. Okay, pages while Grizz is there. Gotta turn 4 in. And maybe pages might like that I'm wearing the badge of office. The pains of everyday life, surely, Mr. Pages. Screamings are inferred. Imply Mr. Pages has led poorly. What about the rising crime? Not a concern. But the food supplies. When we chose London, you assured them, Mr. Pages. Okay, so we don't have the clout that we had the last time, and even when we did, confronting Mr. Pages offends him so deeply. You're a diffident detractor. I'm gonna apologize and go after her. And then we can sell our 4 pages, right? I'll extract one with tongs. Does that mean he didn't like my apology? Annoyed Mr. Pages and had to apologize, but accepted this time. So we lost the adjective and kept the noun. Double down on the pain, listen neutrally. Decide on the relationship we want with Grizz. I'm gonna listen neutrally for now. Is it long until dinner is served? So chasing after Grizz gets me a bit more on Grizz's side, where Grizz feels that she's been a fool, but still wants to work for the betterment of the people. Pages be damned. We know that. We can tell that much already. But I gotta sell this stuff. You only have so few days, even with the additional allowance. I'm still gonna speak up. I'm not going to accost him to his face, but you can't make me not speak up. Food supplies and popular unrest I want to talk about. Crime is a symptom. Go after her. Apologize to Pages and go after her. Accost Mr. Pages. If I pretend nothing happened, the seed has still been planted into Grizz's head, and we didn't trust Mr. Pages from the start. So about these census forms. Everything at once. Could hand in everything at once, and I was going through the change logs with the past few updates when I was setting it to town on Thursday, something to read. And apparently, you could straight up make Mr. Pages speechless if he handed an overwhelming amount of stuffs. And prior to a patch, the speechless might have been a bit literal. We'll go one by one. Single penny is not capable of love. Is that a warning not to fall for Milton's handsome face and his devilish charm? Single penny again. 7 forms thus far. Excellent. That's that complete. Something to show me outside. Hoarded written word motive. Is this any particular boat? Is this the boat that David wrote? Wait. Indictify that the moon was also required. He took me out to the river to a boat, saying the moon might— Is he trying to romance me? Seeing what he wishes to show. A sunken part— No, some other place. Wait. Wasn't Sunken Parliament where Hajit was going to show me the previous world line, but he wanted 2 pennies for the effort, so I said no. So freebie? If we have, if you give all these forms to pages? And final one. Phoebe last. 17 whole coin, we got so much for Horatia? And could pretty much buy out whatever I want, I think. Ouch, Paige is. Just because she's a working class and the service industry. Flirt with Pages. He took me out at night and showed me a boat. What are we at now? After showing him so many things. Diffident detractor. We have regained diffidence. Impressed Pages by handing in 7th census form. So what's all this for then? For his own self-pleasure. Openly challenge it. We gotta play ball this time. Last time I openly challenged him, I was cast out. Oh, that's what I forgot, the window. Forgot to close the window. Give me a second. And we can't just have normal windows here. It has to be some kind of twist mechanism with more parts for mechanical failure. Okay. Close before dinner. Don't gotta bring Brad John home. Wait. I didn't wear the badge. I still had my fork. I had my fork lapel on. Oh. Oh. Oh well. Done is done. Assume all news bad news. What's happened? It could wait. No. Did she get fired? Did she quit? No, she wouldn't have quit. She's holding on. She's still doing the work from the inside, yeah? Ah, this bit, surface. The Masters controlling the access, though. And she's seen that the Masters aren't as benevolent as she thought. Yeah, but Grizz, you can't just say that after you've learned that such abstraction was Pages specifically doing in the first place. Know most about what's going on because they've done the goings on. Temper Archie's expectations. Of course it'd be the guy who says he's gonna get the next coach out. Who gets arrested to stay here the longest. How soon can we expect to be rescued? Think about that, Archies. In one possible road line, they do take London out, brick by brick by brick. And a fair bit further than the surface of the crust. A gift. Well, I don't think he knows that he deeply upset his employees. In the previous road line he did because I blew up at him. But this time I just gave him more pages. Grizz keeps a straight face. So this likely isn't a bribe. I don't think he is aware that we would feel upset. It's the implication, Grizz. You don't have to state your intent for the act to be done. Leave a mess for Horatia. I don't know why that option is showing up now, but I think it has to do with me not having paid my rent to her yet. And that probably implies a deterioration of the relationship in which I don't care about her at all. She's no friend, just a landlady, and then leaving a mess because I don't have any consideration. But I don't think relationship was that bad. We're companion. Companion is good, but our relationship is fully summarized as still owe her back rent. So it hasn't really advanced either. We'll pay her tomorrow, I promised. We got all the money now, we got more than enough money. 5 pennies for Horatia, then another 5. Okay. That'll be primary goal for tomorrow with 6 days remain. First thing in the morning, we're gonna go see her. Contact achieved with the surface of the Earth. Travel possible via Z routes. Mail from above. And all. And that's the present. What do we have in the past? Archie in his book, something in the mirror, storm before the fall. Happened at the mirror yet? And I think our protagonist has already hinted that he sees things that could be mirror and dreams related. Oh wait, no, that's the, wait. This is mirror. Was it a dream where he sees a Mongolian girl? What's in the mirror then? No, it is a mirror. That's right. Who writes in haste, hands in ink. For scribe, perhaps? Somebody we met? A new motive? No. Hoarding the written word has not populated itself. Unknown purpose drew sigils. Seeking for power, unsure what, talk to Londoners. Yeah, if ever we get around to asking people about pages, maybe we'll get them to think about challenging power. And first things first, I am very, very late on my rent. Horatia. First half of what I owe. There's no the full halves. Doesn't attend much to what I wear. But still, want to be presentable. Flirt with. Recount unnerving mirror glimpses, straight to the point. We could talk mirror first. Owing her so much money probably isn't the best time to flirt. Nothing at all. Didn't go today. We went yesterday, though. Could I get both halves since I have the money for both halves? Or if I gotta come back this afternoon? An entire day spent going downstairs to the dining room. Oh, got a small smile out of her. How much more do I owe? I got 12 more coin on me. Can't cover all my previous debts. Maybe you can, Guinea? Pay the rest now. You can do all at once. Cool. Agree flirtatiously. Simply. Wrong person to ask. Now let's go. And simple shopping trip. Solids, oils. But tragically, don't get to actually speak to my shopkeepers here. Oh yeah, I forgot making friends with her gets me an apron, the tailor's apron for the tailor origin possibility. Which has me thinking, other people also get those, don't they? Rachel gave Spirifer's 4. Have to think. Maybe I should be tactical and who make friends with, to get certain articles of clothing. Helpful, cooperative, gift for invention and true appreciation of craft. Sounds very useful for speaking of people's professions and hobbies and aggrandizing them. Discourages recognition. Look like they should be behind a counter. And a taste for bright colors. Looks as if in distributing food on behalf of the ministry. Okay, so got our 7 census forms done. We could continue taking census, we could bring Archie theories about ministry, but we'd have to craft stuff and talk to people first. What else could we do? Sunken Parliament is a known location now. We can't go in and find wines in the cellars? Could talk to Barcougine to make friends with her. Take census with the rubberies. We could take census with the rubberies. Hog's Lane we haven't been to at all. We could look from our shopkeepers for census purposes. And because they are shopkeepers, it could be like Ferret that we could ask about goods for sale afterwards. And that'll be more money. David needs anything, deeper connection with Rachel. Cynically, I'm not putting too much into David right now because I know he's going to die anyway. But who knows, being friends with him before he dies, it might have some uses. And I don't have too many connections anyway. Merely truth seeker with Archie, strangers, casual flirts. David, somehow a fan, earned his admiration. Now, we've somehow earned his admiration. And there's not much in our history besides introduce myself. He didn't respect the ministry badge. We finished taking the census. So David's already got good rapport. Skeptical, companion, and flirt Ferret. Only flirted so far, though we do have rather nice attraction to them. Grizz is antagonist. Oh, possibly because I didn't chase after her. I didn't chase after her and stayed with Pages to give my reports. So she probably sees me as less now. Showed less reserve than usual. Well, that's probably why then, because I was laying into Mr. Pages. Likeable ally informant, companion, survive the fall together, that's a bond. Antagonist, Mr. Pages. Friend, vicar, skeptical. David at the synagogue, boarding house, Archie, no Horatia at the boarding house. Probably down in the basement right now. Seeing how deep her roots go. Build friendship, Harjit, no more locations to find with him. Census, Theophilus, or build friendship. Ferret, continue my seduction of. Nothing at the bazaar, because no forums. Let's go Hog's Lane. I haven't met anybody at Hog's Lane. but receiving a mask from somebody at the end when I was soulless and broken and had no bonds left to make. Hard to guess what environment. So a working class cap and something that speaks to the other merchants. And once again, loving the Palau flag color scheme of her outfit. I visit. Flirt with. Question whether masters will control the surface access, straight to the point. We've only just met, and because we've only just met, I'm here on official ministry business, so I can't really be abusing the authority that I hold coming here on ministry business. Or trying to get into people's pants. That creates a very uneven power imbalance. But speaking of the ministry, does she think the masters control surface access? Never a bad time for politics. Created some trust. Oh, that's cute. Is that a mushroom in her hat? That's either a mushroom or one of those pin cushions. I'm thinking mushroom in her hat. Little fashionable amanita. Working for the ministry on the census, I am so sorry. Explain apologetically about the census. Drawing from the hat and the apron too. If it was just the hat, it would be excessively, servilely apologetic, as if my very being here was an affront to her. But working class cap plus working jacket, working apron, makes me think this might be a little bit more nuanced. Oh, it's apologetic, but not servilely apologetic. This is a good combo. It is an apologetic that understands I'm taking her out of her workday, but not apologetic to the point where I'm sorry I am shit. Full name. Continue being quite open. Question is a chance to flirt. No. But I do have to wonder what continue being quite open even means. Continue being quite open isn't an option that's very open to me. What do you mean? I have to translate you. Quite open in what regard? Let's be open. In that sense, open about myself to build rapport. And the intent of these questions, to get her to answer. I get it now. Fitz claret. Note the claret, angle for an explanation, make no comment on her mother's sense of humor. We could ask, we'll put it down, we could still ask. So what was your mom's joke? Transparencies. Decide what relationship I want. We've only just met, and he's already projecting some kind of relationship into it. Take an interest in her mom. Is she around? Question of her future. We'll ask. He's got a nice sense of humor. Fell with the rest of us. That's great. That gets us an answer into her domestic situation. That's for the census too. Mademoiselle Lear de Bordeaux. She's even got the code switching. Funny enough, this is also Fennec's day of getting the mandatory quarterly workplace sexual harassment training in. And he's been texting me about some of the questions. Some things that are super easy, some things confusing. Like apparently for TJ Maxx, quid pro quo only exists if it's managers and supervisors. Question straight up says, if a customer threatens to close out on a contract if you don't go on a date, it is not quid pro quo to TJ Maxx, and I think that shows exactly how they feel about the expendability of their employees, which is funny. But here I am, like, no, this is government business, this is business, we can't flirt now. And he's over there taking his quiz on similar topics. Romantic connections or chance to flirt. That's my rule has always been. For the femfolk, never been too much into blondes. She seems nice, but not my style. Don't want child nor man sponging off of her. So no house husband. Already then, my hopes are dashed. Flirtatiously tease, ask about work. Goods for sale. What have you got? Respectable and ladylike. Ooh. The last that we rated on Wednesday, I noticed it had more feminine clothing options. But so far all the clothing I've had were the basic ones you start off with that you could buy at ferrets and whatnot. So now I see where the split clothes comes in then. I was wondering like if it was like a character creation thing that gave one more masculine and more femme things. Now I see it's where you buy them from. Okay? And she's got so many clothes. Respectable and ladylike, respectable and gentlemanly. Something more academic, something for society. A garment right for society. We don't have anything society-ish. Nor have we really met anybody from society. Apart from Grizz, but Grizz seems to be distancing herself from that. Trying to make herself more working class. But she still wears her gold cufflinks. Ladylike straw hat for making friends, gentleman's top hat for making friends. They got a collection of mushrooms on them. Like this one is nice and around the band, so it's like... This always goes to show that women get the best fashions. This is mushrooms integrated into it in an organic bouquet. Around the cap, around the hat, and integrating the hat. Whereas this is let's just pile it on top like a salad. Every single time, my fashion envy is never going to end. Respectable, gentlemanly sounds nice. University probably has its uses. Society sounds like it has its uses. I have 7 coinage. How's our standing with Ivy? Our criticism of power and establishment has made an ally out of her. Persuaded to help me out of kindness, the supplicating cap, plus the working class apron combination. Okay, I do want new friends, so I do want the hat. I do want more overcoats. But I see those masks in the background. I thought we'd get to wear a mask. There's a slot for face coverings. You don't have face I don't even have glasses. I'm walking around like this, totally blind. Because I got nothing for my face yet. Trimmed with mushrooms. That is piled with mushrooms. That is topped with mushrooms. When I want to get to know someone better. Topple Rome? But I didn't buy anything else. Now, she said that she merely wants no husband and no kid. But she does have warm encounters. So we could be buddies. That sort of buddies or buddies. And since we can't have Archie this time, who else do I go for? I feel like we haven't met everyone there is to meet. We're already allies, we already have a good standing relationship in the sense that we're like friendly like. Remains to be seen then. But poorly of gentlemen as a motive. Apron says behind a counter, hat says wearing the wares of a highly superior milliner. Frivolous appearance. Seeing at different combinations get different. Okay, there's nothing else. I'll dress nice for dinner. I know about the tentacle. Question the safety of the attic. Nah, it's fine. It's a cozy loft room. Be satisfied with it. I am. Everything to higher shelves, to include Archie's medicines that are still cooking. It turns out Horatia is the one who killed David after all then. Okay, so made an ally in Ivy, Horatia after helping out, companion still. Did a favor. Well, that's... How's it even? No, that's 2 days. That's this. Okay. A task to accomplish so we know about. Census. Theories of ministry. But days are winding up. It's almost gonna be murder time. 5 days remaining. There was enough time following the murder for us to try to build an allyship with Virginia. So this could come up pretty quick. That's at least like a day or two before the season shifts. Missing baby found in vast basement spider web. Master's urge calm. Customer collects. Archie Storm failing to heal. Oh, was that in bed being super depressed? That's back to early 2019 Guinea. Not even early, that took a while. Can't use dislike for gentlemen as a motive. I have no face. Hat, lapel, torso imply clothes. Face means I have none of that. So what's today's task going to be? Theories, relationship with Virginia, see if Virginia's anything, so there's nothing for Milton. Milton's not around. Additional census forms. Only one page at a time is kind of time inefficient. Goods for sale, so we can't talk to Ivy. I'm sure we could before doing business. Little chat to the banter, and then looking at stuff. I do kind of want to buy more of her wares. We could also spend more time with Barcougine or the Rubberies. And that is census with the rubbery creatures. Favors for Barcougine or census with rubbers? Kinda want to see what pages would have to say about the rubbery men. Synagogue's got David, Landau's, David or Rachel. Horatia needs anything, census Horatia, census with Grizz. Ministry misbehavior with Grizz. Horatia and Grizz also don't have census taken. And I dare not ask them around the table, apparently. Friendship Harjit, census or friendship with Theophilus? So Theophilus, Grizz, Horatia, the Rubberies, that's 4 people I haven't gotten census forms from. I could spend 2 whole days to get those cleared out. And I think that's everyone that I can take census on for the time being. So that could be the short-term goal then, just census take everyone? And since we're all antagonistic with Grizz right now, simmers pleasantly, but antagonistic with employee and employer both. Okay, let's go Grizz and Rubbers today. Then Horatia and Theophilus tomorrow. And that'll be 3 days till fall, 2 days to fall. Murder is going to happen. Archie's gonna get arrested. I'm going to assume that had I interviewed Grizz earlier in the game, she would probably adore that I'm wearing the Ministry badge. But because of what's happened, she probably won't. Let's do... We don't need somber troops this time. Dark predictions about the snow. Discovery of baby to spider web. It's probably not the grim discussion we want to have in front of the fire, in front of the table. Is the roof shedding? It might. It might be divine dandruff. laugh at Grizz as much as with Grizz. See, now it's clear about what laugh at means. When I'm wearing my Sailor Puku and it says laugh at, I assume it means like levity-wise, not cruelly. Acknowledge. Romantic commitments, make it more disagreeable, cede some power back to Grizz. Ultimately, I just want the forms. But that's an apron option. And I do have to build rapport with my interviewees. Gentleman was a gracious hostess and mother to his heirs. Wanted, oh. I don't know why I misread wanted as was. How she broke it off. Why she ever agreed. Did she? Sympathize at a drop. Why'd you agree to the engagement? Pressures from home? Societal expectations? Oh, for his benefit. To be rid of one danger. One danger in the Neath. I fear for nothing, no. The danger of rubbery creatures? No, they're nice. The danger of self-delusion. Excessive bravado. Bigotry towards the rubbers. Or self-delusion. Gotta go for self-delusion then. At 2, Grizz? I thought I was being nice, and then somehow we ended up with antagonists. Realize I dislike Grizz. It's not just choosing who you like and who you want to romance or bone, it's who you want to hate. Apologize for my part, I truthfully didn't mean to offend. You could do a playthrough, I bet, where you just straight up offend everyone, and your chosen relationship is full-on antagonism and hatred. Okay, to talk to the rubbery man. I think they'll appreciate my hat. Working class background. To ingratiate myself with the rubbers. Grim truths for what they could expect from London society. Appreciation for their shape-shifting crafts. I should have bought the jacket at Ivy's. I'm surprised she didn't get both. The first time at Ferrets could only buy one thing, the second time could buy two. So maybe it's a measure of whether I came for talking, then had time to buy one thing, or if I came for a shopping trip and could buy anything I want. I'm satisfied with this. Though I bet you rubbers would have appreciated a more gentlemanly attire. Only says I consider what impression to make on Batashikan, nothing about any hints to guide me either way. I'm all on my own some now. You're gonna break Batashikan's heart, Barkujin, saying he's frightened me off. Be prickly and hide my attraction. Flirt with. We've already met. It's not a first meeting. A keen warble. Establish some trust. Eat things up further. No. We had some prior knowledge of each other, been introduced. We could be a little bit flirty. But it's back to business, so back to properness. First of his kind, okay. So this is when they start to take more bipedal shape then. Because I thought that at first, but then realized no way there's been other cities. Maybe they've always been bipedal, hominid, rubbery men. But if he's the first of his kind. About his romantic connections, establish trust, heat things up. Cheery bourbon again. Diffident honks indicating bark. Oh! Are these two? Am I the third wheel after all? No, they're not. She doesn't want to consider the comminglings. Lament the current lack of commingling in your life to Barkujin. Lament the current lack of commingling in your life to Batashikan. Risk asking, since she seems well disposed despite the warning. We certainly have commingled plenty in sunless skies every time we shot down a fluke. Was that less being humanitarian and nice to a dying creature? And more the equivalent of teabagging it at its final moments? What do you think, Batashikan? Ah, to commingle. Suhtaru. Now hold on. He's got suggestively wiggling tentacles. She's saying he praises the abstinence. An interest in the intensity of the connection, envy for the sense of connection, or disgust. They could be enviable about that. Envy the connectivity, the togetherness they all share. Especially in this disconnected society where it's so easy to feel alienated. Oh, I thought Batashi Khan was going to put his own words to pen, and I was going to be amazed at the possibility that maybe he mastered written English. I was going to communicate with me in words I knew. But now it's words translator. Greeblings. Wait, who's scribbling? Barkojin takes a chalk and slate. Many greeblings. Conveyance of merry greeblings today. Requested friend, partner, enemy. Requested friend, partner, enemy, Barkujin, essence gather. Friend, partner, enemy. Commerce, barter, merchant, dreams, trade, coin, wants. Perpetrate commingling. Add mixture essences, require proceed, commercially become. If they need more chalk, I could probably harvest more chalk for them. Change might be desirable. Like I said, I could buy more chalk. I got 5 whole coins. That's enough for back rent. Suggest Batashi Khan not entirely coherent. Nah, he was fine. We just gotta learn his words. So Barkujin has a chalk. And so this is what? Her writing exactly as he says? Without localizing the translation? I could buy more chalk though. Oh. I said I could buy more chalk. You don't have to go cap in hand. Caution is preferable. Others of an uncanny nature already in London. Or suck it up, bootstraps, everybody else has to manage, you will too. Unfortunately, we do have the sense of hindsight, don't we? That rubberies do regularly get pogrommed on. And people do consume them as rubbery lumps. So sure, there might be others of an uncanny nature in London, but this is London after all. Just because we are openly accepting of an ancient Mongolian woman and a handsome rubbery man doesn't mean that Britons are going to be. Assume the worst, what the others are. Well, they're just like him, right? Or other flukes hiding below, waiting to come out to Z. Like and unlike. A freebie piece of amber? First of many gonna be. Oh, okay. So we pursue Batashi Khan and get so much amber, and we can corner the market before it matures. A stall holder. Give amber to someone who owns a place of commerce. We met Ivy. Before I could give enthusiasm or revulsion to this amber, what is it? How you were found. I'll take it. One, a mercantile orientation. That gives us Ferret or Ivy then. A Ferret more of a menace exterminator that also runs a shop. But Ivy's full on commerce and on Hog's Lane. Coster Monger. What is a coster? Person who sells goods, especially fruits and vegetables, from a handcart in the street. Okay, she sells clothes, not fruits and vegetables. So nothing says I can't bring this to Ives? Then again, if we bring it to Ferret, that could be an alliance between the Menace Exterminator and the Rubberies, which could be good PR for the Rubbers if Ferret doesn't consider them to be Menace. Someone vaguely successful. Vaguely successful, huh? Isn't Ferret gonna quarter the market on the Royal Cellars? And all the monsters therein? So they hold the amber. It imprints the data, I suppose, of who has it, the location and whatnot, and bring it down here. And then swarm of rubbers come up to do commerce and buy chalk. And clothes. Ivy's got clothes. We'll send them all straight to her. Give Batashi Khan's amber to a shopkeeper, then bring it back. Can do. Oh, and one for me. A brooch. Token of rubbery kind, expression of commitment to the Neath. Now, how are the Britons and Gammons that I interact with going to know that? They haven't met the rubbers yet. That this states my Neathly connection. But if they do, somehow glean it by seeing it. Archie's probably not gonna like it, since he wants to be back in for Glasgow. Apron and brooch say I'm a tailor of unusual inspiration. Tentacles only visible when one comes close. I'm sure it's fine. We'll test how it works at dinner. The how do things stand with Barkujin, mercurial now, took her census filler, so we have devolved from flirt to census filler. Grizz, after her interview, still antagonistic. Masters might help. Apprentice a child or two to Ferret. We met Ferret now. I think the last time she talked about this, we weren't able to point the kids to Ferret. Though I could still contribute to the cause. We got money now. And that'll leave 3 left over. I could buy a coat at Ives, a coat or 2, with the 3 left over. And I do have 4 census forms in queue. Alright, I'll contribute to the cause. I don't need credit. You want the woman coming to you directly. No. Just helping out. What I found. Leave a mess for Horatia is still there. How come? Nuh-uh, we're not gonna do that. Not with our companion. Companions don't leave a mess for each other. Tell the truth, mind your own business, laugh but don't answer. We can tell the truth. The truth is that Batashi Khan is the loveliest person to live below the crust. Now she's got sympathy. Decide to court Horatia, now we're friends. And hopefully, as we grin into friendship, this means the option to leave a mess for her should disappear. So who knows, maybe she's into that. Maybe she's a type of older woman who likes having someone to mother over. And contradictorily, that might end up actually being the right answer, but I really doubt it. It's simply making more mess. We didn't have Batashi Khan follow us up last time. Did you hear us talking about you? So you're here to visit me? I didn't realize we were that close yet. Suggest she can't keep away from me? She's followed me up here for some reason. We're all dwelling in caves these days, how she found you. That is pressing. But you came all the way out here just for me. Frowny face. Of course I'm resistible. Couldn't stand up to a strong prevailing wind. Well, I have to find a shopkeeper first. I came to you guys in the afternoon. You have to give me some time to find someone. Peaceable, rubbery introduction to Londinium. I think she is afraid of what will happen to Batashi Khan. I'm not trying to be antagonistic with this. I'm trying to see what other concerns she might have, like for safety or well-being. Suggest her plan means everyone will be able to understand him. I can act in his interest as well as her. Sounds nice, but it also sounds like I'm going to be hammering that wedge in. Give way to her. I'm not trying to be antagonistic. I'm trying to see if there's any, like, societal and safety concern here. We're still mercurial. Her plan means everybody will soon be able to understand. And so the two's of you's ambassadors, right? That's all well and good. But I've got other concerns. Not just the linguistic. Maybe there is something between them, something more than she cares to admit. Would I be doing a bad then by pursuing Bata Shikan? How they view relationships with rubbery men is a little different from us. But she's got her own heart, and that heart can still break. Ferret or ivy for the amber? I'm very quickly running out of days. 4 remain for confessions. Parliament building, visible in river, parliamentarian spirit drowned. Okay, passed. Archie and books from for the fall, Horatia and Grizz talking. That was should be morning, but no morning came, right? No sun. So, order of business for this day. We could take the amber. I was going to say that this day was going to be the Vicar census and Horatia census. And then we could return full complete census for everyone we know to Mr. Pages. But we do have a task now. We could bring Amber to Ivy or to Ferret. And I kind of feel like Ferret's the right option. It's more discreet, right? The important thing is it's discreet, and ferrets on the up and up, I could come to an understanding. Whereas, Ivy's nice and all, but this is very public. This is very out in the open. But there's stuff I want to buy here as a thing. So I could bring the amber, buy something, then bring it back. Let's go full public. Official business of who can say for what office. I'll bring the amber when I go back to Batashikan. Taste as advanced as mine. You're just saying that because it's your hat that I bought. Good flirt with. Could you hold this lump of sap for a second? Dare her to touch it or be truthful. I'm gonna dare her. See, what I would have been like is like, what do you make of this? And then she'd be like, what is this? You know, and then that counts as her touching it. Just like a hat box full of sick. Worry about the purpose, thank Ivy. Tell her what I know about the rubbery case. I might as well, if they're going to be coming back up here, right? If they're going to be coming to her first, because I gave her the amber, I'm going to give her clear warning. Okay, so she knows what to expect. And her first thought is to visit to get an expectation of what kind of shoes to craft. And Ivy also understands my concerns. She is accepting, it seems, but she knows that Britons and Gammons go hand in hand. Flirtatiously tease. Look into her goods. That's my desire. So respectable and gentlemanly, right for society. I'm gonna count that as future-proofing, I should say. But I think respectable, and gentlemanly first. You can always come back to buy other clothes after I turn things into pages. It's more expensive than ferrets' coats. Oh well. Oh, she likes me, I think. Glad to talk to me again. Encourage a more romantic direction. Seductive directions, jumping straight to. Insultingly clear. I'm not interested in friendship or go for friendship. Well, we know she's fine with warm companionship, but does not want a long-term commitment or marriage, and that's fine for us. Let's go ahead, seduce. Didn't do a simple I grin this time. Giving just as good as he's taken. More freebies! She's using this blossoming relationship to turn me into a billboard for her. And oh, we got the elegant cloak anyway! Oh, we got the 2-for-1 deal! Oh, that is fantastic. Shame I can't check my clothes here, but that's alright. So Ivy... Delicious allies and flirt. Maybe the independent businesswoman is gonna woo me after all. Isn't that just how it goes? You go in with zero expectation that I'm gonna romance this person, and it ends up being the one that you develop some close affinity with. Elegant cloak, warm, handsome, hard-wearing, inspires a lofty attitude, an inclination to protect the weak. Really? I would not have expected that from society. Chief garment is like a blank canvas. Garish hat distracts from the loud corsage, or vice versa. I am, for all appearances, dressed for a club of monster enthusiasts. Dressed for a louche club. Louche. Disreputable or sordid in a rakish or appealing way. Rakish or appealing. Cloak says wealth, hat says fashion. Wealth and command. Cloak, hat, badge, confluence of ministry and admiralty power. From the neck down, ready for an elegant occasion. Still neck down. What a naval personnel would have to do with Neath monsters. What a senior naval personnel would have to do with law-abiding citizens. Infernal beings and Perseverance of notable soul. My yellowed-eyed friends would enjoy this hat. I think I'll go with this. Take Amber back to Barkujin and Batashika. Okay, should be nice. Wearing it for Bata. For Batachi. Aww. I wore it for his benefit, but official business stuff always cuts the small talk. Risk annoying Barkujin to learn more first. I think we know enough. Ah. Burbling squeaks. Escalating pitch, volume, and duration. Oh, okay. I thought that he gave Barkujin an excuse to leave and pursue some meaning deeper, so he could have me all alone. Status as an outsider is for sale too. In some ways it is. Batashikan isn't wrong. Wealth, power, and possessions could elevate one above their station. But very often, for that one person to elevate himself, he comes off as nouveau riche and might have the status, but doesn't have the respect. But it's very common for descendants born into it to be more easily accepted. So maybe it might not be perfect for him, but for those subsequent. Except we know that rubberies aren't dealt with nicely, even in the present. He's trying his best. He IDs the Britons' means of engagement, which is a commerce, and wants to ingratiate himself, doing as they do. Otatru. What would such a task entail? Are we gonna go right now? If we go right now, that will minimize the time wasted. Now this is me understanding what he's saying, right? London's a market economy, captures a market by finding a niche. What better niche than a shop possessed by a rubbery man? I will ask Mr. Pages to help establish a shop. Promise Barkujin I'll ask Mr. Pages to sanction the rubbery reemergence. Refuse an answer. So establish a shop or the rubbery re-emergence. Mercurial still. Simmering. I think I see the ultimate conflict, though. It's not just between Batashi Khan and Barkujin, who do I want to favor, who do I want to piss off. But it's about the speed of the emergence. If I give Batashi Khan a stall right now, that satisfies him. But it's possible that the Londoners are going to hate him and abuse him. And if we sanction the rubbery re-emergence, that might take a while, but it might be safer. And Barkuji's gonna be happy with that, but Batashi Khan is gonna be upset. But this is what Batashi Khan wants, right? So ultimately, it's whether or not do his desire. And sure, Barkujin's probably got some other ulterior motives, like she might not want Batashi Khan to not need her, to be apart from her, and I get that. I do. But it's down to his wishes, right? And I'm sure there's still a place for her there. As an ambassador to rubbery affairs. I really am breaking them up. I am so sorry, Barkuji. We're not replacing you, I promise. You're still around? Come on, Barkuji. We're not casting you aside. You know the Londoners. You know English. Batashi Khan is naive and hopeful. He doesn't understand the harshness of London. He still needs you to safeguard him, so come on back. Already have each other. She makes it sound like I'm stealing her mans. I did a bad. I have absolutely done a bad here. I should have upset Batashi Khan and gone for the more measured approach, which would have put a dampener on his dreams, but probably would have been more realistic. I would have kept Barkujin in everyone's good graces. And now comes Archie. Actually, there's a couple of things I want to see. I don't mind jumping around, because the big consequences, right, aren't going to be known until far into the future. But there's a couple of things I want to do. One of which is not cast aside Barkujin. But the other, since I do know now that Harjit is going to come in demanding Archie, what if I dress with ministerial authority? So we'll do things Barkujin's way. Batashi Khan will be upset. But not completely. The impression to make on Barkujin. On Barkujin specifically, not Barkujin. I'm sure she'll be fine. flirt with Barkujin. We're not that close yet, so straight to the point. Yeah, we're just mercurial census fillers. We're not on flirty basis yet. But see, now that I'm re-going through this, I feel like the right thing is to stick with my guns, even if it upsets Barkujin. Should I? Who should I favor? I've still got every other business to work on too. Maybe this is a route that I can't squeeze in to finding David's true killer and acquitting Archie. Batashi Khan is eager to begin. She's already putting words in his mouth. Means you can both return to the deep places together. So she's clearly got her own ambitions here. Maybe there's a little bit in trying to protect the rubberies. But I think she has spent a very long time in Amber herself. And she doesn't want to lose commingling with him. She wants to get right back into it. So the more I look at this, the more it feels like maybe the right answer is to stick with what Batashi Khan wants. I think I'm gonna. I'm just gonna. At some other time then, we could try helping out Barkujinstad instead. I'm gonna stick with it. We went all the way back to see if you could change this, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Barkujin. So where do we stand now? Worst antagonists? Still Mercurial Census filler. Somehow doesn't hate me after all that. Okay, now that we know that this is Archie business. Authority, badge, and cloak. Confluence of ministry and admiralty power. That's the other thing I want to go back and check. Come on, Horatia. You don't have to tell her all this stuff. Don't have to tell him all this stuff. He's a cop. Put in a good word for the map collection. Let Harjeet get on with it. Probably ministry business. It's already out there. So let's at least paint it in a good light. Isn't why he's here, and yet he pulls out his notebook. You don't gotta answer that. Yes, let's find out why he's here before we answer more questions. Worry over Rachel. React with pain. Don't react. Rachel's friend this time, not antagonistic flirt, so let's worry over our friend. And Phoebe was there, and Milton was there that day. Pull yourself together. Now we're gonna speak up with him for him. Could it have been Archie? Is Rachel alright? We've already asked that question. Archie has. This is totally a different mood though. When we haven't pursued Archie, so it isn't me pulling him aside to be like, I love you, baby. Get a kiss out of him. We'll see this through together. We'll be stronger for this. You know? Right now, this is just some guy that I'm bored with. I can't use my authority to help Archie out here. I can only use my authority hat to make him pull himself together. Sorry, Arch. No kiss this time. Spoiler, she will. But Moss is cool. Grizz's high ministry friends who we're still working for. The trouble is, I question authority too much. It's what I do. Even before my anthropology training, when I was still just a little snot entering the workforce. What? We're still missing Horatia's census form? But we got that now. We got 4 census pages. We got 4 census pages, and accompanying Bata Shikan to an audience with pages. And now we have Archie Archie got arrested for murder, so I got all these things to squeeze in with only 3 days remaining. But now I must grab my BRB for my tea is almost finished. And I gotta stretch my legs, so I'll be right back. Oops, bit of an extended BRB that time. Should we get back into this? I think we shall. Archie, finally arrested. But this time it's not hitting as deeply, since this isn't my boyfriend who I gave so much of my heart to being taken away. Now it is simply a friend. I think when I do play as a character a bit more inspired by the repudiated bastard that I played as in Fallen London briefly, that character would probably be a little bit more callous towards Archie. I just ignore this part of the plot entirely. I should find out who truly did it. Craft questions to ask people the way Archie showed me. Catch the true culprit for Rachel's sake. Rachel's our friend this now. I might not have time for romance though. When I'm trying to be ambassador for for Batashi Khan, and also trying to make romances, and also doing the census for pages, and this too. I don't believe Archie did it. We must cast the true culprit for Rachel's sake. Both can be true. I also don't believe Archie did it. But for our friend, that is our actual friend. Archie rooms with us, but we're not that close this time around, right? Imprisoned Truth Seeker. It simmers, it could be something more. But we don't really have all that, we're not that close. Looking to put the right person in the hands of the law, concerned even about the killer. I don't know if we're gonna find the right person to put in the hands of the law, though. Find out how David's relations are reacting to his death. That much we can do. So this gives us a bit of a different plot, since we're not seeking to release Archie. Archie searching for his books, Storm, Horatia, and Horjit. These little hintings towards the other things that dwell in here. Offer Archie stories about the Masters. Don't have option for, say, crafting together theories to ask people to get Archie free. Dress in funerary black. For our friend. And no lapel. This is serious time. First thing we gotta do is visit Rachel after David's death. Wasn't an option when we were merely flirt buddies, I don't think. Because we were all in for helping Archie get escaped. Milton about Archie's arrest. Milton about Archie's arrest. When we were trying to save Archie, it took us to Virginia instead. Because we were... Hold on. The previous time, the only real option was to smooth with Virginia to build more favor. Milton wasn't an option, but this time Milton... Do we have more brownie points with him? Is that why he's a possibility? Or is it because the nature of the game is different now? Instead of seeking our beloved's rescue, it's helping a bloke out? But Horatia's up in the basement. Grizz about Archie's arrest. We could. Oh, right. Talking to people about Archie's arrest as Archie showed us. That's why. That's an option now then. It's less seeking help to rescue a beloved and more just talking to people to see what they know. Okay, now I see the difference. Seduction of Ferret. Seduction of Ivy. We gotta visit Rachel first, though. Back to Shikan's ambassadorship. And his shop will have to wait. Confront Rachel. No. We're here for Rachel. Offer condolences. Emphasize that I'm here for Rachel. Does that to mean go away, Phoebe? This is real people business? My condolences. Maybe emphasize that I'm here as like, I'm here for you. If you need anything, you could talk to me. More so than, I am so sorry to hear about what happened. Maybe that's the difference? Is this going to be new evidence we didn't get the first time because we're going to see the bereaved? And then Milton's gonna be coming in like, I am so dreadfully sorry, with his poison grin. Mr. Milton's here to see you, huh? The true killer returning to the scene of the crime. And so he's let himself in. Purple is a morning color. Nobody minds. Be quiet and watch. I'll give her some. Oh, he's happy about that. There's a little gleam in his eye. He's thinking this is a soul that I might purloin. Oh wait, no. It's not about a character. The Widow Nathan. In the books, perhaps. Never did recognize that character as herself. Raise an eyebrow at their joking, I think, is the most diplomatic thing I could do right now. This isn't the time to confront her about real people in her stories. She's alright, that's what she do. Defend the widow. Now's not the time for confrontation, so instead they'll get an eyebrow. Milton is a bit interested in the body, though. When we go and dig up the body later, we don't see it as David. I don't see it as... I go down there, I look at the body, I see the marks on the forehead and the hairline. And the body that I see looks like David, but isn't David, is a conclusion that I come to. So Milton, I think, has some devilry at work here. I'm going to see where this goes. I'm going to give Milton exactly as much rope as he needs to hang himself. So he's merely saying, he's merely hinting that David is, if not quite alive, not dead. Encourage her to forgive Milton later, get a dig in at Milton, recognize Rachel wants to be alone. Maybe she does. Maybe the most appropriate thing is to give her that time right now. Let's at least get a dig in after that offense. The manners. Novelize the affair, could use a scandal. Can't use those for pages. What if that was the whole point all along? What if Milton killed David? Thinking he was helping out the authoress, but knowing that David's gonna be coming back alive. And that's why he's so stressed about, hey, what do you mean you buried him already? He's not dead yet, he's still here. So what now? Devils? We could visit Archie. Talk to Archie about his arrest. See if he needs anything. Landau's I'm leaving alone for now. Ivy's goods for sale and seduction. Bring Batashi Khan to meet Mr. Pages. We could talk to Pages about Archie's arrest. Favors for Hajit, census Pages Theophilus. There's how many days left? This doesn't quite feel like census time. Let's clear some things up at least then. We'll furnish bringing Batashi Khan to Pages. And then we'll ask around, I think, about Archie's arrest. Do we clear up the schedule now? And then focus all on Archie? Or focus all on Archie and then get Batashi Khan working in a different season? Let's get this going. We'll dress for ministerial business. Could try to find Barkujin, he rally and achieve his wish. Could try to find her. No idea who he's referring to. This really is a breakup. reconcile Batashi Khan and Barkuji. That much we have to do. Like I say, Batashi Khan isn't trying to get rid of her, and there's still a place for Barkuji in his life. And look, there she is. Tell Batashi Khan I'm attracted to him. Confess my own deep feelings for Batashi Khan. It is an idle curiosity. I recognize enough of myself that what Barkujin's going through, that I want her to understand that I am not this new, exciting Miss New Booty, coming in here to steal her mans away and leave her in the dust to weep and listen to Keen and Coldplay on loop. Batashi Khan makes a seductive verbal. Hey, Barkujin giggling. Are we not going to Mr. Page's? Another visit in the future? This isn't helping out Archie at all then. This is reconciling the two. This is yet another there's too much to do. There is so much to do. Well, like, if I discount this and this. Observe and get to know them. I think I've just wasted precious time that should be going to... I mean, I set these two right? I should focus entirely on the investigation now. And if I have time in the future. Oh, that was Barkuji, not Batashi Khan. That I like, feelings haven't changed, are stronger than ever. Okay, let's get changed. I thought I was gonna meet Mr. Pages, so I was all dressed for that. Dress in mourning. A bit about meddling. Attraction to the vicar? Powers over this house. Then Horatia gets into the meat of her own mysteries. Maybe she's in tune to some truth of the Neath that the other Londoners haven't gleaned yet. How strong is her protective power? Where was his protective power when Archie was being arrested? One of these days, I'm gonna accidentally click leave a mess for Horatia. And I'm gonna be so upset. Two days remain in confessions. So I have at maximum 4 activities. Masters announce increased biscuit rations for hungry Londoners. I don't have any rapport with Milton, so I don't know how much he's gonna give me if I talk to him. So we are going to go see Milton, yeah? How should I dress myself? Dress for a double salon. Yellow-eyed friends would enjoy this hat. Ivy's goods for sale. Reuniting Barkujin and Batashikan. Seduction of Ivy. Relationship Barkujin. Oh, she is over here. She is opening up her own shop. Well, Milton first. Milton isn't here. Relationship Virginia? Virginia needs anything? Milton is off messing with the body, I think. Pay another visit to Rachel as she is still grieving. Horatia's up in the basement. Archie's arrest. We could talk to Grizz about it. Theophilus. We'll help our friend, then talk to Rachel or Grizz. Impression on Ivy. Good enough then. Fungally daring fashion. Flirt. This isn't for business after all. Laundered by rats, they already know that they've taken to tool use. Karakoru. The sun and never laid eyes upon is pretty funny. But back when I was dating British and getting the occasional British meme, there were so many, there were variations of taking a picture at a clear blue sky and be like, what on earth is that? Advice on managing a shop. We have the apron. Breaking each piece of advice in minutes. It turns out that dressing in an apron doesn't make me an expert. I think we didn't do very good there. Do I have other options? Am I able to do the reconciliation from Bratishikan's side first? I just want to see. When this finishes loading. No, they're simply bringing Batushikan to meet Mr. Pages. So if I want to reunite them, I'd have to do it from here. See if she likes that I'm wearing not just her hat, but the cloak she gave me as well. Likes to dance a bit first, but did that give us any brownie points? Grumpy ally in flirts. Grumpy? Did I make a misstep? Foolish associations. No time for foolish associations, entertained far too long. No affair of mine, and we want to reconcile with her. Would this be reverse psychology? If we agree with? Because no affair of mine is the I don't care what happens to them option. And the I wish to reconcile them takes us here. What happens if we agree? I think that trying to patch these two up is going to be a waste of my time. Also, embrace opportunities as I find them. That doesn't sound very reliable. I have no secrets to speak of. Embrace opportunities could be interpreted flirtatiously. Or secrets exchanging. Court Ivy, forget seducing Ivy. Feeling stronger than ever. Well, let's go talk with the bereaved again. Maybe she's got some other information she might have remembered now that it's been a day. Another visit to the grieving Rachel, and then I'll forget the rubberies and we'll focus on trying to solve this case. Appropriate attire, and that'll do indeed. Listen without comment. And that's who quickly decided, hey, it might have been Arch. This rug is getting all bent up in shape. Just coroner and 12 randos decide, oh, the doctor was the last one to miss a didn't. Sympathize. Not sober, not sensible, not of our beliefs. So not a very fair jury. We could use that for Arch. Value of it for a writer, now is not the time. Thanks for telling me. Milton visit again, huh? Maybe you should go into it, Rachel. Maybe I want to hear it. I don't want to hear about this. Ask what happened. Pause. I want to hear, but I have feelings of my own. Ask what happened. This is the hot goss we came back for in the first place. Feelings for Milton, huh? Milton might not want a respectable alliance. Innocuous subjects is simply the non sequitur segue. What does she want? This could be important for the David issue. Devils won't keep kosher? You're kidding. Milton might offer more hat-wise, sympathetic ear. Thought of being his mistress, saw you and half the city, lady. Milton has discouraged her. Social risks. Milton is warningly inhuman. But that's part of the allure. But Milton has discouraged you, Rachel. I've been visiting too. Am I not a gentleman? I'm on her side, share the mood. Decide the relationship I want. Ooh. Oh, hello. We're friends now, right? We are friends. Close as family. Family's got certain definitions. Ivy has been sweet on us. But we know that Ivy doesn't want the long-term commitment. She's happy with short-term dalliances. So maybe we could offer some comfort to the grieving sister. What kind of relationship do we want with Rachel? Why did I ever think we were like family? Regret befriending her? Feeling stronger than ever? If I say why did I ever think we were like family, is that to change it towards more romantic leanings? Regret befriending makes it sound as if I hate her now. I don't want to be her friend. Why did I ever think we were like families a bit open-ended? Is that for hate? Or because the bond we feel is a different kind of love? Hints of disapproval. Oh no. Was that just a nicer way of saying I don't want to be friends? I think what's happened is it's downgraded to mere friendship. To advance another way, perhaps. Well, might as well open up then. Opportunities and secrets. Archie's arrest, fears for others, not wishing to speak of it. Archie's arrest, let's talk about that. Maybe she's got some other insight she could share. No, there's nothing here. We're still friends though. Just not closest family friends, but I guess you could always bounce back. But we do now have some insight as to the nature of the inquest hearing that initially damned Archie. It's a farce. And that's it. Archie's gone. Grizz is gone. Nobody at the dinner table but Horatio and I? How many days left? We on 2 or 1? 1 day remains. I think I've squandered what time I have. Population of rats and spiders in London said to have tripled overnight. Well, that sounds like trouble. Past recollections, what we got now? Archie or Cat? Well, there's only one option left now. one option that the season is done with. Though who knows, maybe I can't really remember also leads to some jumbled thing. So what is task going to be today? We have all these exclamation marks. Visit the grieving Rachel. Virginia, Virginia, Virginia. Administry misbehaviors. Relationship with Barkujin, seduction of Ivy, Ivy's goods for sale. Reuniting Barkujin and Batashi Khan. Or bringing Batashi Khan to meet Mr. Pages. Archie's arrest. We could have possibly got Mr. Pages to get some pull. Except we're still antagonists with him. Grizz about Archie's arrest, maybe? She might have pull and clout that I don't have. Haven't visited Archie. I haven't got the time to visit Archie. What if we take Batashi Khan now? Because I don't see myself getting any real big clues today alone. So maybe we'll start with Batashi Khan's embassy or whatever, shop. We'll get his shop started out. But maybe his shop is mutually exclusive with setting these two together again. Reconcile them? Serve as ambassador for rubbery affairs? We'll get this thing out of the way, because I don't see myself having time anyway. Then we'll speak to Grizz about Archie, and see if Grizz can't do anything. Interestingly, there's no option to talk to Phoebe, I don't think. Because we're gonna go see Pages. Full on authority. Confluence of Minstrel and Admiral powers. Boom. Ready for Pages, and this time no drama. Except maybe I should hook these two together first. Hook them up together, reconcile, and then we go in. That's probably what you're supposed to do. It probably is reconcile them first, and then set up his stall. This is a whole multi-step process. And you get so little time. Even all the time you're allowed to do extra. Because you can't do everything in the world. It kind of feels like you have to have your focused one or two things, because if you stretch yourself out too thin, you can't do anything to any effect. So do I want? Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Barkujin may have changed her mind. No, she hasn't, though. Rally and achieve it. See, the last time we talked about Barkujin, and that set us on this path. So this feels like it's two separate things then. Two separate things that intersect. I think if I want the golden ending for these two, I should play back and forth for a bit to get them talking to each other more. And then they could be stronger partners when it comes time to bring them to Mr. Page's. That's what I'm thinking. And since this is our last day before Yule, isn't it? Let's talk to Grizz. I've wasted enough time with the tentacles. Grizz about Archie's arrest. We shall dress in the frank coat of mourning with a hat. And the rest is fine. This'll do. Was thinking maybe the more society cloak, because she is of that background, but she's also left that background. It's 2 days later, Grizz, and just now being explained to you. Agree. Question the harmlessness. Credit to the inquest. Nuh-uh, we spoke to Rachel. It was disinterested drunks that they brought in. Randomly off the street. And it had to take me talking to you both for you to get the idea, Grizz. Another errand today. That small conversation took my entire morning. Well, it's saved. It's now a set point in time. Milton not back yet? Milton's not around. Milton is busy messing with bodies in the Jewish cemetery. Could visit Rachel every day. Could do census work. Brigitte can't help us out anymore right now. I have spoken to the grieving sister twice now. One for comfort, one got us some interesting bits of information about herself, Milton, and the inquest. That's probably as good as I can get right now. I don't have the clout for pages. So maybe I can afford a little time to reunite Barkujin and Batashi Khan before the entire year is up. I would wear the amber pin he gave me, but unfortunately it's all business. It's less impress him with the thing he wore and more I'm on business, no small talk please. But he might like it. All it does is get rid of the small talk initially. So it could give a positive impression. Eh. Prickly and hide my attraction or be off. Or be off and that's it. See, it's a multi-step process, so we gotta talk to Barkujin again and get these two together. Or maybe talk to Batashikan and say go find her. And then later, in another span of time, then go off to Pages, the three of us. Decide to court Batashikan, be friends will be friends. Well, unfortunately for Archie and Rachel, as much as I want to solve this mystery, if I end up bumbling it around, we get a handsome ladder lass at the end. But it counts as a win. Since it is a primary goal, if I could solve some mysteries, great. But if I could at least get a better romantic ending for Guinea outside of he sold your soul, lost everything, and ended up alone, that'll be a win. End of confessions time. Let's go dig up a corpse. Technically, it was the inquest. The inquest interviewed her and barraged her with questions. They were satisfied to toss the first name they saw into the hat. Now, we were there the first day, and Milton was like, but are you sure he was dead? He might not be dead. So maybe it's something infernal that's sending these dreams her way. Or it could be that Neath being Neath. Just very accurate dreams that everyone seems to have. Recommend talking to Milton? Nah, let's go. Set and watch, doesn't look disturbed. It doesn't? Always amazes me that Grizz is the first one down. Like she volunteers herself to go in first. Of course it is. Never been alive. Not David. So somehow it leaned that much of a thought. Whatever this is, isn't he? But again, could be Milton doing. Milton came in incredulous that they buried the body so quick. All we see is that the dirt's not disturbed. But it could be that somebody dug out David, put this homunculus in place, pat it all back down as if he was just... And it wasn't buried all that long ago. That could have been as early as the first day. And 4 tiny sigils. I assume that the devils would know their correspondence. I'm sure at least they would have taken a correspondence course. I get what you mean, Grizz, but I'm not sure how much I would agree with that sentiment. Like, you could tell it's them, not them, but it is still them. Okay, so we gotta send a work order or a notice of complaint to Mr. Mirrors. They got their wires crossed. Rachel might have known better. Discourage Grizz making everything ministry business, but isn't it? Insist on the strangeness of the thing buried down below. Lose your mind, Guinea. And who do we find? But it turns out the effort was for waste. Phoebe presents herself as something unreliable, doesn't she? Here, she's nowhere to be found. Earlier, when she was listening at the door, it took a few shouts to get her to come in, which could have her just pretending not to hear. You know, pretending she wasn't spying on things. So Phoebe isn't below suspicion either. Relief on Rachel's behalf. Fear. Curiosity. We could be relieved for our friends, David and Rachel both. Still a fan, right, David? Still a fan. Earn David's admiration now and again, somehow, I don't know how. But we have his fanness. So, this is great. You guys reunited. What about Archie now, then? We didn't ask about the boatman last time. What about that last river? Death appears to not be going as usual. Streets keep changing, mirrors are getting crisscrossed. Now death isn't working right, what do we pay our taxes for? If it was only that easy. Mr. Landau not dead, Archie's not a murderer, please let him go. But we can all agree it's not Arch, right? Can we get the deceased himself to put an affidavit that Archie was not the one who killed me? Ghoulish curiosity, support Rachel. What's Rachel saying? He really was completely dead. That's all she had to say there. Well, we could support them and try to find the killer. But that means we gotta let Archie go, right? And again, it takes a while for poison to set in. The poison he had at least. I mean, there are Neath-bound poisons too, we've established that. I'm pretty sure the devils weren't just making that up. But if you go with the rules of conventional poison, would have, like, possibly taken a bit and he's been sickly for who knows how long before? So I suggest a more prolonged poison regimen. That Archie simply had the misfortune of attending Medicine 2 on the final day of. And Archie isn't the only druggist. It could be that somebody else was feeding him stuff on the sly. As Archie says, poison's in the dosage. Phoebe isn't beneath suspicion, but it wouldn't necessarily have to be malicious. Maybe she's got her own way to get her hands on things and think, oh, my poor master of the house is sick all the time. But he's too stubborn to take medicine for me, he's got his own doctor. I'll just sprinkle in a little bit here and there, and it turns out to double his dose, and stresses out his poor liver, and then he dies in excruciating pain. How Archie behaved, who was here that day, what David consumed. Who was here that day? Let's get that confirmation Milton was here. Miss Fitzclaret, we know who that was now. Ivy. Ivy was also. I don't see Ivy having anything to do with it, but Ivy is also in the business of secrets. And apart from that, just regular meals, regular medicines. Just the medicines. See, if Grizz didn't go joking here, not the time Grizz. Now, instead of giving me a litany of every single beverage he had that day, they're tossing off the joke that it was an obvious poison tea. So if not obviously poison tea, what else did you drink? What cups? What waters? Sickly, milky fluid from the basement, perhaps. Come on, you two. One of you's my friend, the other is somehow my fan. We could all agree then that Archie's good folks and come to an accord, yes? Goal complete on that regard. And that's it for confessions. Finish the season thereof. Not to Archie's benefit though, he's still locked up. Body or no body, still gonna hang. Will he though? Does not return. We're gonna time skip like 20 days and he's still gonna be on that barge. first full horror of the Neath. The horror of Guinea foolishly selling his soul to Virginia. For not the aid he solicited for. And the entire game goes straight to a crashing halt. How many days am I allowed for Yule? 14 days. So I get 28 actions to squander. Landows do need the truth. We're doing it partially for Archie, but mostly to bring Rachel's brother's killers to justice this time. Nothing like a hanging for Christmas. Free Archie regardless of what the inquest said. Come on. And the inquest was drunk, don't forget that matter. They pulled in a bunch of random drunks off the street who weren't even paying attention. Could I perhaps do the jailbreaking myself? Reconcile Batashikan and Barkujin, ambassador for rubbers. We've done the immediate task of engaging with David's relations, see how they're reacting. So they're fine now, really. Rachel's got her brother back. And so it might not be as pressing to find the true killer, which might very well be Milton. So we could go jailbreak. If we go jailbreak, that might allow us a bit more freedom to pursue our romances and our rubbery affairs. What have you tried so far, Harjit? He has at least been beating his feet, he's given effort. I can recognize that much. Why arrest if he wasn't sure? Explore Harjit's feelings about Archie. Find a higher power instead. Break Archie out instead. Bring any evidence to him. Maybe if I play matchmaker with Harjit and Archie, if this becomes a matter of losing his beloved, maybe Harjit will be the one who sells his souls to free him. Instead of me this time. Still very possible despite his feelings. Why arrest Archie if you weren't sure? Find a higher power, or break Archie out. The trouble is, higher power gives me two options I can think of. The devils, it will throw me under the bus, because it gets them an easy agent with nothing else to lose. Or Mr. Pages, I think. But Mr. Pages has an antagonistic relationship for me, though our employment has not been broken yet. We could do a breakout. Ferret could help with that, I bet. Possibility Barkujin of the Rubbers might be able to do something if we pull a rubbery ambassador situation. Honestly, I don't feel confident in my ability to find the true killer with everything else going on too. And he's gonna be tried just before Christmas. So I've only got these 14 days. Maybe if I was more proactive during the season of confessions, I might have built up some useful intercollators and some social clout with the right people. "28 actions. Is 28 actions going to be enough to pursue romance, side goals with the Rubbers and Barkujin, and find the true killer for Archie?" Breaking out. I'm sure Ferret could help somehow. They've got pull with the seedier side of London. Ivy participates in the secrets trade. Can't really think of which of my allies right now might help with the breakout. Would higher power include the church? Because I haven't spoken to Theophilus this time either. There's too much going on to even talk to the vicar. Well, let's try to find. We'll try to find the killer. Provide Harjit with the suspect. Oh, maybe. Maybe we have the option to find the real killer, or the option to go with Pentiment and simply find a convenient killer. We could throw Milton under the bus. Milton would be an easy one, because he was there that day too. The devils are up to devilry, and he was shocked that they buried David so quickly when he could still be alive. And whether or not he was an actual participant or collaborator in his murder, they could still pull the "well, he works with the infernal affairs, he's one of ours, you can't arrest him" card. In which case, everybody happy. Crafting theories about an unknown motive or method to get the right questions and get answers out of people. That's not a mood. I just come to accept that anybody with any Pacific background is likely some kind of cousin or aunt. Conclude with a handshake or a hug. Get in here. Get in here, Harjit. Spiked objects under his unit. Is he saying he's got a stiffy from this hug after I confess my friendship? Snicker, back away cautiously. I'll take my chances. Friend. Relationship is all that I've dreamed. Aww. But Tashikhan's now a likable ally. Now that we're making progress on hooking these two back up together. Fan still, skeptical companion and flirt. Grizz somehow antagonistic. Likeable companion. Delicious ally and flirt. From grumpy flirt and ally to delicious ally and flirt. Aww. Delicious at that, saucy. And what's melted again? Census filler. Let's get a past memory, then we'll see about what theory crafting we can do. Grizz keeping her distance from the other lodgers and wearing gowns, which is why I thought that maybe it's a class thing for her to don pants and associate with us more now that we're underneath and the Neath. Christmas preparations. Before the fall, Horatia Grizz less comfortable together after the fall. Oh, that's the depressing time when he wouldn't leave bed. That's a 2019 Guinea. Give me the goss on Horatia and Grizz less comfortable together. Oh my goodness, Grizz in a dress? And she looks so uncomfortable with this? I do not perceive. I am looking away. The source of the painting stayed out of it. Unkind about the portrayal of the animals. I recognize the source of this. That's from Mask of the Rose, 2023. The Peaceable Kingdom. Okay, don't know that one. I was curious because my dad had a painting, not really a painting, like a picture, a print in a bathroom that had that phrasing on it, but it was totally different. It was just some drawing of animals put together. Okay, theory crafting, mystery solutions. Theories with unknowns to ask questions, and vote a final case, with 28 allowances to do so. Unknown method, unknown motivator. Carringham's. If I remember the initial interview with David and Rachel, weren't they Carringhams? Weren't they... Was that David Suter? Was he going with the Carringham girl who decided to convert? But not convert to Judaism for him, convert away from? For some more socially, materially permissive relationship? I can blame myself. Let's say culprit. Let's go Milton, because Milton's an easy one. They could have fought over Rachel. Although Rachel has confessed that she wanted to be Milton's mistress. Vengeance, humiliation, poison David, fought over Milton, can't have fought over Rachel if Rachel was a motivator. You would have to have somebody else in that slot. Somebody else he fought with. Fought with David over Rachel. Stir intervention, novelize the affair. Provided contraband items that Milton needed, no. Milton went to the market, returned with something unidentifiable. David made false promises, betraying and deceiving Milton. Milton felt humiliated, resorted to poison. David underwent daily health treatments, or just health treatments. David had no choice but to die. Question of method. Powerless, David perished in agony. We could possibly talk to the devils. So that's one thing. This gives us question of motives. We could talk to people and be like, how did he die? There wasn't an actual autopsy. Archie cannot be a motivator, it seems. Bump, tainted drugs, whoa, whoa. We could have Archie intentionally. I was gonna put Archie someplace to see if there's the idea that somebody else tampered with his drugs. Archie intentionally implies the existence of Archie accidentally. Maybe somebody else got some tainted materials. Archie wanted to save patients and treated David Landau. And then somebody else, maybe Horatio, was thoughtless. Nah, not Horatio, wouldn't be. There's no accidentally discombobulated the medicine in the basement option. Phoebe was merely inconsiderate. Sold contraband. Maybe she was, well... She wouldn't be selling the medicines because Archie gives and administers it, right? Archie grew jealous? No. Archie was humiliated? No. Archie was moved to vengeance? No. Phoebe was thoughtless and wanted to avoid blame and feign ignorance. There's a possibility, but nothing else lines up. There's no Archie accidental. Phoebe tampering. Oh, there we go then. There's a possibility of Phoebe tampering. Archie to save as many patients as possible. Phoebe inconsiderate. Archie undertook to treat David. Phoebe sold contraband on the sly. Archie, for some reason, moved to vengeance. That still puts it as Archie, though. What if he put Phoebe here? Phoebe simply hoped for wealth and experimented with the drugs. No Archie on the side. Maybe the humiliation is here. You missed your family, jealous of theirs, experimented with the drugs. David was thoughtless in humiliating her. David mocked her not having family nearby. Phoebe grew jealous of David's family, poisoned David over a prolonged period of time. Does it get anything interesting there? Well, I do need something. Questions of motives. So, I say we steer things towards Milton first. David thoughtlessly took treatment and had no choice but to die. Milton sought money, David inconsiderate. Milton went to the market. Milton passionately resented this display of hypochondria and slipped a terrible poison. I don't know. Let's see what else we got going on first. Question of motive, DV tampering, Archie intentionally, question of method. I got two different questions of method. Maybe. Thought poorly of gentlemen. Milton doesn't think as humans do, and David thought poorly of gentlemen. Could use a scandal. Rachel could have used a scandal for her stories. And he had to use a scandal for good professional use. Publish spiteful narratives of wrongdoing. Had no choice but to pretend not to know. It could have been Rachel the whole time. Rachel via Milton. Revealed to Rachel he had an affair with David. David fought Milton over Rachel. Milton complained to David about the painful end of their affair. I don't know about that. Milton can be on this side. Then who's culprit for here? Rach. Rach on the left? Unknown purpose? Maybe served an Eldred's purpose. Maybe she was already on the employ. She had the fork. An affair with David Landau. No, that's not it. Confide about affair. Always goes to affair with David. What if it's Phoebe's then? You know, I can't help but see like certain ways that these connect with certain pairings and who that would apply to. Because clearly Rachel didn't have an affair with her brother. But then who would? If confide about affair gives had an affair with David Landau. What if they put Phoebe here? If we have Phoebe and Rachel. Phoebe merely missed her family, and that's why she fell into the arms of David, and that's why David hasn't been all that proactive in finding himself a wife. He had that soft Irish cushioning right there to keep him company. Phoebe wanted a missing family. Rachel liked scandal. Haltingly, with some embarrassment. See, it grows, it flourishes. When I put Phoebe as the one who had the affair with David. Social scandal, social uproar to follow. Rachel viciously humiliated her. Phoebe humiliated, poisoned David with arsenic disguised as medicine. Though we don't know. Phoebe humiliated, slipped David a dose of terrible poison, even with unknown methods. Avoid, blame, and mourn. Does sound like it fits Rachel. But in this case, she is a motivator, not the one who did the murdering herself. In which case it was Phoebe who did the poisoning. Complained to David about the painful end of their affair. Regretted relationship. Phoebe revealed the affair with David Landau. I'm sure this came as a surprise to David. Phoebe complained to David about the painful end of their affair, and David was thoughtless in humiliating her. Any other unknowns I might put in? Motive? Unknown purpose? Unknown purpose? Phoebe did not think as humans do. Ooh. There could be an unknown someone. Ivy was also there for a bit. We'll come back to it. Because we have 28 actions now. There's still no Milton. Seduction of Ivy. Reconcile Barkujin with Batashi Khan. If David needs anything. Or visit Rach. Friendship Horatia, Census Horatia. Seduction of Ferrets. Okay, let's see if I can't clear my head first with reconciling Barkujin with Batashi Khan. Which I could probably do from this end. Or I could probably do by going to bring Batashi Khan to meet Mr. Pages and saying, wait, hold on, let's go see her first. And since this is primarily Ivy's stall... No, it's for Barkujin this time. Impression on Barkujin. She's a working woman now, friendly hats. Tentacly business? Nah. It's good to see now. So we got good to see you level. Mercurial census filler. Nothing smoldering yet, so probably not the right time to be flirty. Plus, I think she's got the eyes for Batashi Khan. But maybe 11. Nah, just come straight to the point. Suggests he'll get along just fine without her. Oh, was that Megan business? Is this, oh yeah, you're right, you got your shop now? He totally doesn't need you, don't you worry about him. He'll have to manage then. Perhaps. There you go. Present when they go to Pages. We've reconciled them. Alright, let's get this business out of the way, then we can focus entirely on saving Arch, I guess. Be off for now. Still Mercurial, Census, Filler, that's all we are. I do not like. Opinion unchanged. Feeling stronger than ever. What kind of feelings are you talking about here? Have we declared friendship yet? What is stronger feelings going to get me? My feelings are stronger than ever. We are truly destined to be mercurial sensor fillers. Ah, this is good enough for dinner. R, not escape. And isn't this exciting? We've survived our first day of Yule without throwing ourselves to the mercy of Harjeet to take me to the judge to end the game immediately with a damned soul. Or a damn soullessness, I guess. Faith in Horatia's judgment, how the logic bound us. I trust her. Alarm. Practicalities. At this point, except with face values. You got the cats talking in secrets now, so nothing more surprises me. Right you are then. To think the last time we were here, we were already 2 steps in the grave. Encourage Moss to be a help. Admiringly on Moss's form, the relationship I want with Moss already. Strong but unfriendly. I'll encourage him to help out. He needs a place for his stuff, Grizz. Or is he going to put his change of clothes, his backpack? Or is he going to find comfort at the end of a long day? After a man from the previous city. Barkujin is from the previous city. Our community does not extend to him. No. Support Horatia. Chattable towards Moss. And there you go, Harjeet says this is a replacement Archie. And Moss does have some nice broad shoulders, maybe this is Harjeet's replacement for Archie too. What if that is a factor I had not considered, that taking the clay man upsets the masters and that they won't help us get Archie out? If that's the case, we'll find some way without the masters, support Moss staying. Person Moss. Person the King. Wait. We could throw Moss under the table. But surely we could throw the King under too as a possibility. Make this into a diplomatic international affair. More than happy to see him. Correct his introduction. I am sorry if I startled you. Might become better. It's fine. His introduction's fine. More than happy to see him. Warn him off the basement. Horatia needs errands done. That's the important thing. That's part of his rent. Her affinity with the building. This guy would have the eyes to see if her around her stones have something beyond occupant and building. And more than a home for him means there must be some kind of genius loci going on in this house. He's fine. People are less trustworthy now. Bother somebody else, refuse. People are less trustworthy, so be careful about that. Even if he's on his best behavior and polite, they'll be looking at him under a microscope. So, interrogate witnesses, refine the case, craft a murder case that is complete but contains unknowns for the questions I still want to ask to get more answers, is going to have to be the primary duty. But now that we've patched these two together, I want to get this out of the way. Because there might be benefit to having rubbers helping me out with something if I scratch their back first. There's also census. We haven't talked to the vicar. We haven't properly interviewed Horatia. And there's more pages to give back for more monies. That's gonna be back burner stuff. The first thing I really need to do is pee. BRB. It's my last cup of tea set for the day. Let's get back in. Oh, it's even snowing now. Ministry of Public Decency bans printing of former London street names. Not that they were using it. You know how many street signs I saw on corner in the UK? 0. They hide them, sometimes. It's a sign, low on a low wall. Sometimes it's high up on the side of the building. So if they're not going to use the street names properly, might as well take it away from them. Christmas different than before. Horatian Grizz. We saw that already, didn't we? Unless there's more friction between Horatio and Grizz. Let's get to Preskin. It's been far enough now I could look on those times with nostalgia. I felt nothing. I'm sure he recognized some gratefulness, but for the most part, the gratitude bounces hollowly inside that empty metallic shell. What are we going to bring this time? The Who's, perhaps, is the most pressing thing, yeah? An unknown Who? Could I do Phoebe with an unknown method? Maybe we assume poison, but Phoebe with an unknown motive. Complain about the end of the affair. David made false promises, deceiving, betraying her. Phoebe blamed David every misfortune. Poisoned with the arsenic. Losing the will to fight, died in agony. Avoid the blame, died. Obeyed the will of inhuman powers, and died. David sold contraband? Nah. Maybe he did. Maybe that's included in his business affairs? I don't know. We'll sort something out. Phoebe tampering is an option. We could simply ask about Phoebe tampering. And maybe put some holes in there. Phoebe was inconsiderate. Phoebe sold her assortment of contraband, maybe not. Then Archie moved to vengeance? No. Because that's still Archie poisoning. But the category is Phoebe tampering, which is why I think that maybe this is what matters more so than this. The first order of business, additional census forms. Virginia, no Milton at all. Interview Ivy about Phoebe as a suspect. Or seductions thereof. Interview David about any motives for Phoebe. Rachel about motives for Phoebe. Phoebe to reveal whether she had motive to kill David. Whoa! Motives for Phoebe. Present theory of murder to Harjeet. Let's get these guys cleared out first to clear the rest of our social calendar for the season. We're going to meet Mr. Pages, so we're going to dress for Mr. Pages. Ministry and Admiralty power. Yeah. And Bakujin better be there. She is. As promised, this entire affair is done with. Con of Scriveners. Flat or squished. I mean, there's still Arthur, aren't there? The Khanate? The eventual Empyrean? Cautious hope for a union of master and rubbery. Remind Mr. Pages of the plight of the rubbery men. Hey, MP83. The game with hidden object-like visuals. I haven't played enough hidden object-type games. But I think I kind of see what you mean because I did see a few when I was growing up and had a bit more freedom to purchase games for the game stores. Game stores, I mean like Kmart. But back then, I was really fond of like adventure games especially, because I didn't think I was good at video games, but adventure games were easy, less hand-eye coordination, fewer things buried in the dark and behind verticality. And I'd always get so excited seeing some box and thinking, oh, was this an adventure game? I see like cool mystery rooms. This is good like a mystery. No, this turns it's just hidden object. It's just look for the magnifying glass and the slipper and the little tiny horses, and I would put it back and be disappointed. They always have this kind of art style or backgrounds and characters. You're not dissing, you like hidden object games? I suppose, and I have met people who were big proponents of them. They're games. They're a type of game. They're a type of game of their genre, expertise, and expectation. The trouble is that my teenage expectation was this isn't the kind of game I want, and so it would disappoint me. I'm not sure how much Mr. Pages cares about the plight of the rubbery men. Cautious hope for a union of master and rubber? One detritorious notion. Excellent. Shovel and verdure. He does remember Barkajin especially. Not fondly beloved by the leaders. Well, Mr. Pages, you're in luck. That is why Batashi Khan's interpreter is right here. Yeah, what he said. Oh, here's where Barkajin's worries come in. She's worried that I'm here to replace her. And Batashi Khan looking at me for guidance, what it should be towards her. And, nah, I'm gonna allow her. I'm not here to break these two up. Scribe superlative. See? She knows exactly what Mr. Pages likes to hear, whereas I'm so antagonistic with him. Batashi Khan worried that Barkujin is gonna go for her own goals and not his, but look at that. They've been put back together, their bond is rebuilt. She's translating accurately what he desires. Actually, fashionable clothing, ouch, is how she has to describe it after her brief apprenticeship under Ivy. And what's better for the economy but introducing more goods? This is another pump to push blood through the system, Mr. Pages. Is that good enough? An anguished honk. It's okay, Batashi Khan, you got a small victory here. We'll get you your shop in time. Maybe if I did the translating for them. Maybe then. Because she doesn't just know what Mr. Pages like to hear. She also knows what Mr. Pages doesn't like to hear. And could have put a few poison pills in there for Pages so they know that this won't work. There's too many errors, it's going to compete in the wrong ways. If this is a better proposal than maybe. Because she's got what she wants. A more measured sanction to rubbery reemergence, and then Batashi Khan and her get to go back down to commingle in the amber. Another errand today, so let's go out to flirt. Actually, Ivy did say that she trades in secrets, right? And she has been known to the Landau home. So maybe Ivy might have something for us. Cloak says wealth, hat says fashion. Blank canvas and an eagerness to befriend. Ivy about Phoebe as a suspect. Batashi Khan's busy commingling now. David, any motives for Phoebe? Rachel about motives for Phoebe? Phoebe to reveal whether she had motive to kill David? Get Phoebe to reveal when we were at no relationship. David is a fan of me though, so I might be able to get something out of him. Any motives for Phoebe, David? You were the deceased, you would know. If you two did have any sort of salacious affair. And for some reason he's a fan of me, so I should hope I got a little bit more clout with him. Flirt with David. We could. We could. He's just come back to life after all. He's a fan. We don't really have any other romantic interest right now, except we sometimes flirt with Ferret, we sometimes flirt with Ivy. He does wear a sharp scarf and a nice coat. He's delightful. He hasn't looked better. Doesn't look a day over 3. A distrusting look. Distracting fan, huh? For his sake more than hers. A short to counter the work. You really can tell when a product is more front-ended by the writers, when the writers have more of a pull with it. Permission to ask some questions, no more on the murders. No, that's what I'm here for, to ask questions on the murders. Service to Rachel, upholding the law. This is for Rachel's sake. If it was Archie for sure, then yeah. We're not dating him this time, so there's no conflict of interest. He's just my roomie. Question of David's romantic life, if David had enemies. Tell us about your romantic life to segue us into the possibility of Phoebe as a murderess. Charlotte Carringham. Yeah, but that was a while ago, wasn't it? Was that pre-fall? After the fall, had a renewed... Ooh, she came back? Indicated renewed interest? Hold on. This calls for the sincere return of the notepad. So, we have real reason then to suspect that the Carringhams might be involved after all. Hold on. Carringham's. Charlotte and husband. Renewed interest, but David, to his own words, rebukes. Husband could have been jealous. Charlotte might have been angry in rejection. Lord Carringham might have found out. Charlotte could have been angry. A retraction of everything said before. A letter retracting all affairs. That's the final one. So when she's down here, stuck in the gloom, she is happy to go back to David. When there's a possibility of returning to the surface, suddenly David is old news. It could be she no longer has the need to rely on David. It could be coincidental that it was after news of the surface and her husband had simply found out, and whatever drama they had made her send a letter retracting all promises, which would put the suspicion more on the husband. Wealth and comfort, huh? Could have been seeking wealth. Pungently condemn her. Probe gently. That's not what I meant, but I'll take his answers anyway. Press the question of David's romantic life. We could. Are we still a bother? Obliging? He's obliging now, so maybe if I press him, he might oblige me more answers beyond the Carringhams. Phoebe? Did I not say Phoebe was a possibility? Distressed because her beloved would be gone soon? A private reason to not return above? The emotions of the lower classes are sometimes child of a dock worker myself in this game, come on. Any private reason to not return above? Suggest we all stay. Did Phoebe have a motive? Straight up no. Just no. Now, I don't know all the customs in late 19th century Britain. Is there a matter of inheritance? Isaac on the surface near Brighton. Cousin and wife both died. What if this is some other grander plot going on? And this isn't any murder bound to the Neath at all, but somebody going through the family. Estate comes to David if he reaches the surface to claim. Isaac's family is a possibility. Enemies, David? Has Milton been an issue? So he's feeling ill. I feel like he's already in the terminal approach of his poisoning here already. Laugh coldly. Laugh at David as much as with David. Both the laugh options seem awful. Cold sounds unsympathetic. At David is straight up just bullying the poor guy. What about a cold laugh to acknowledge it? You scheming ninny. Oh, I didn't like that. But not everyone returns to David, that's the thing. And even in the Neath, forever is not exactly forever. Darkly sympathetic view of matters. Thank David for trusting me. Prickly and hide attraction. Ask about the experience of dying. The experience after he had died. His sister's occupation or be off. Well, allegedly we're doing this to get our friend off the hook. And also as a comfort to Rachel. So badgering him with life and thereafter, the death and the thereafter, won't really help either of those goals. And he's gotten plenty enough of that in the past how long since he's been back, so shift gears. His sister's occupation could be something in there. Elaboration of why. Because you got strange men coming in like Milton, poisoning her brother. He is still a proud brother, even if he's got his concerns. Is this him giving his blessing? Should this be my casus belli to pursue Rachel? Oh, not even a goodbye. Alright, how are we dressed? Somebody loved David, sent adulterous letters. We got so many things here now. Asked David to stay below, made honest mistake. Made honest mistake. We got surface dwellers, someone who wants inheritance, return to the surface. Wanted David not to inherit. Maybe there are many troops he could pull in together. Maybe somebody else didn't want David to inherit. Making horrid dolls. He's trying to be... Did the dolls scream? Do they wail as they do in Polythreme? Prefer the doll over the real Grizz. I've already somehow got to Grizz all the way up to antagonist. Everyone got more serious concerns at the moment. And it turns out now, she wasn't able to find any help in high places. Most of the barristers dead. Do you think perhaps it might be coincidental? Or if that was a targeted choice? Let her flounce out. Oh wait, by flounce out, it means letting her go away angrily, right? Not let her continue to rant and get it out of her system. I don't think I made any friends with her with that. Did I elevate myself to worse than antagonist? Nelson antagonist. Didn't make things any worse than they already are. "12 more days of investigation." Oh, I'm the first at the paper this time. Initial exploration of sunken Parliament retrieves pre-Lapsarian artifacts. Speaker's mace, Jubilee crockery. Ministerial remains, and pig deceased. But they repeat themselves, am I right? Officially now seeing more days than we got from the first playthrough. Christmas preparations, Horatia and Grizz. Theophilus and Horatia had differences even back then. This mini reformation soon to turn into a spark of romance. Do I remember Archie right? A little less condescending now. Horatia I recall best. Oh, who was he focusing more on in the memory? Horatia and I are pretty close now, but are remembering Archie correctly? I was going to say, that sounds a bit Manifest Destiny-ish, and I suspect Horatia and I dislike that verse for similar reasons. Theophilus probably wasn't all sympathetic. Maybe he listened. Maybe Horatia put his foot down. Maybe he listened, did he? What do our memories say? Prophecy of peace, then of dominion. Yeah, that makes it better than Hafio. So wasn't very sympathetic at all then. Unknowns to question witnesses. So. The method is still an unknown. I feel like we have an unknown for method for that reason. Carringham's did not think as humans do. Hoped for wealth. Sent passionate letters to attract his attention. David promised a very generous payment. Retracted the bid again. If for greater relationship. I don't know about that. Thought poorly of gentlemen? No, sent adulterous letters. Seems to imply that he would pay into it. Maybe. Would they have sent a letter to Rachel instead? Unknown surface dweller, we have a face to that now. Stir the resentment against David. Planned to return to surface. David certainly did. Asked David to stay below. That was Phoebe's doing. I don't think that's the case, though. What if I push a Milton angle? Milton with unknown motives. It is nice having more blocks to work with, though. Maybe Phoebe and Milton? I want to sort this later, but I also have to sort it out so I can actually do stuff. Virginia, Virginia, Virginia is all we have here. Synagogue's out. Is it Saturday? Ivy, Ivy, Barkujin. Batashi Khan is ready to commingle. Archie, we could visit, but we can't talk about theories with him. Riz absent. Ferret we could seduce. Theophilus. We could do census with. Oh, I see the trouble. The trouble here is, I haven't got anything coherent with my story, so I can't ask people anything. I gotta craft it more correctly. So, culprit. Who do I want before the whodunit? Surface threat will be great, because then it could be somebody in absentia, and then nobody has to die. Everybody gets off. Milton with an eldritch purpose. Confided of his affair. With David Landau. Now, see, it doesn't work that way. It can't be confide about affair, because confide about affair always goes back to David. Feared David would go back to the surface. Ran counter to his arcane purposes. Maybe? Important thing is to have the questions right. We don't know why he woulda. David loved David. I should hope he did. For Milton to fail in pursuit of Rachel. Milton committed the murder. David began planning a journey back to the surface, in that order. Well, he's alive now, so... He made an honest mistake and died. Maybe? We have unknown motive, unknown methods. Would that be enough? To push this document into people's faces and say, what could you tell us about this? Perspective on possible murder methods. Ask... Oh, now I could talk to Milton, whether Milton had the means of murder. Hey Milton, if you were to murder a guy, hypothetically, nothing in the news for why I might be asking this. Phoebe about Milton motives, Rachel about Milton motives. It's morning, right? Ferret about arsenical sales. Theory to Harjit. Moss. Census with Moss. We haven't gotten Moss's census. Plus it's been a while since we saw Ferret, right? Because it's Ferret, we'll dress down as they like. It always says the hat suggests you speak your mind too much. But the only speaking of the mind that the hat does is the most pathetic of groveling. Maybe that's why the hat grovels as much as it does. The biggest spider asked. That might be literal. It could actually have. Laugh as much at Ferret, no. So about the use of arsenics. Things that want poisoning, spiders, rats, inheriting brothers. Phoebe's business at the Landau household. I don't know enough about arsenic. I do know enough about 19th century Britain to know that if there was a chance to poison yourself with wallpaper paint or whatever else, they would take it, they would jump at the opportunity. A tradition that has followed to all of its scions. So it could have been pure accident. If we were still dating Archie in this timeline, and we didn't sell our souls to the devils to rescue him, I could see maybe throwing Phoebe under the bus if we were playing as a character that was either suitably heartbroken enough to be desperate, or suitably sociopathic that they don't care about who they have to sacrifice. Instruction and conversion. Rats, moles, and what's that? Spiders? And see, ferrets good people. They learn that the rats speak and might not want to be called vermin, so they correct their speech. Those little squeaks, even the bats appreciate it. Question the obvious falsehood. Do not stem this tide of confidences. They are putting me in their confidence. If they're not going to admit to talking to rats, I'm not going to question them for talking to rats. Oh, Ferret hasn't learned about polythreme yet, because yes, they do. Raised an eyebrow thinking of exactly that. Algae? New item! I thought this was gonna be a new friend to meet and interview for census and acquaint myself with, but now I've got a rat on my shoulder, I assume, is where it goes. Algernon. Aww. Literary references. I can't believe they put a reference to Breath of Fire 2. Now they say it Algae there. Does that mean it should be Algernon and not Algernon? Because I say it Algernon, but I've only read the name. Friend of ferret, and now friend of rat. Reluctant introduction, it is after all a rat. I'm living with a stone man. I made friends and flirty introductions with a rubbery man while working for a giant bat and trying to solve the murder of a man who was back to life. A talking rat no longer surprises me. Nice to meet you, Algernon. Oh, that's why Algernon's got a loftier expectation for the type of speech. So Ferret goes from catching rats all their life to finds out rats can talk, and now thinking of a way to improve their social standing and acceptance. That is a good heart. Ferret is good peoples. More like presbytery rat, ferret. Likely to cause upset, refrain from the comments. We are just going to put ourselves as instrumental in all the official ambassadorship with the people of the Neath, aren't we? Sticking up for moss, bringing the rubberies back up to the surface, apparently introducing rats to society. Agree flirtatiously, despite the chilly atmosphere. Explain why I'm the wrong person to ask. I might as well. I'll add it onto my shopping list with everything else we gotta do. So it turns out that they don't mention this in the original biblical verses, but the fourth wise man was a rat that was hitching around on the saddlebags of the camel and gave up one of its crackers to the little baby. Now I gotta see what. Seek social acceptance for Algernon. That's gonna take decades. The game's not gonna give me decades. I've only got one coin on me. Shady and disreputable. How much are we looking at here? A singular penny. I might as well. I can't afford anything else but a singular penny, and that's all the rest of Ferret stock then. And I got other pages to turn into pages if I wanted to buy stuff at Ivy's. Fits among criminal fraternity and encourages confrontational attitude. I don't think I've met anybody so far that would really demand criminal connection. Maybe for ease of sneaking onto the barge, but apart from that... Poison candle. I could put a rat in to be the culprit. Taught speech rescued. Somebody still wanders the Neath. Someone's distrusted. Distrusted's a good one? Suitably vague, not too committal? I could put that on it, or it's supposed to rat get me. The rat is a hat. I thought it was gonna be a lapel. Like the rat sits over here, or up over here. We're gonna ratatouille this instead? Yes, rat of exceptional breeding. An aristocrat. Hold on, gotta send this to somebody who'd appreciate. There's my Discord, there's my Discord. I'm thinking I should. A rat of exceptional breeding on my head, just following me around. Making snide commentary every now and again. We should not go anywhere with that jacket. Would be suitable attire. Recommend burning it. That's Algernon speaking it, isn't it? It is. You get Algernon's notes. Suitable wherever we go. What did you do to offend them? Apologize post haste for that lapel. Suitable wherever we go. Perfect outfit to make something better to wear. Austere, sober look does not detract from the glory of your headgear. Uh-huh. Bare face will give my thoughts away. I got nothing else for my face! I meant nobody else. I meant nobody else wants to sell masks or anything. The blue does not complement his suit. Okay. This is fine, yeah? Only thing is, I can't really bring it to Ivy because she likes to see me in the mushroom hat if I still want to pursue her. Likeable ally, but probably is going to be of help. Distracting. Skeptical, companion, and flirt too. I would have to take some actual time to visit these people outside of business, I'm thinking. If I want to pursue the relationships and take it to a higher level. Delicious, ally, and flirt. Sounds like potential, though. Wait, I'm a flirt with Moss? I did say it was delightful to see him. Is that one delight all it takes? So, story to build. Rat hagiographies. A story of rats gaining their power of speech. Okay. Pre-fall. Someone had taught speech to a rat who swore eternal gratitude. Someone of unusual insight or power was passing through the Neath. They still wander the Neath as a rat's rodent domestication. Nameless individual taught the lesson of speech to rat kind. A rat rendered manly thanks for his kind service. Rat joined their congregation and worshipped faithfully under this leadership. The unknown individual may well still be alive somewhere in the Neath. Perished long ago to the rat's intervention. Rodent suppression. Taught the lesson of speech to rat kind. Rat questioned the purpose of the lesson. Hid his distaste, joined among the followers of a nameless individual, until such a time as he had opportunity to subvert the cause. And so they perished. Questioned the purpose of the lesson, and so invented a new doctrine to suit the myriad creatures of the Neath. Taught the lessons of speech to rat kind. Rat rendered manly thanks and used his new position to introduce new ideas to human society. Now this is Britain after all. Late 19th century Britain, new ideas. Sounds dangerous and to be suspected. Eternal gratitude and joint congregation if you're giving it to the vicar anyway. These are good Christian mice. They simply want the nibble of the wafers. Oh, we can't put the rats in here. But can I put distrusts? There's no distrusts. For motive. With no consideration for those left behind. That does sound like maybe it was Phoebe after all. Phoebe, who loved David and asked David to stay below. Made an honest mistake. With a poisoned candle. Phoebe with candles is an option. Phoebe most of all wished for David's love, David for nothing very in particular. Phoebe feared David would go back to the surface, leaving her behind, or otherwise ending their relationship. Did they have one? David hadn't mentioned any. Though did mention that Phoebe was outspoken about him staying. Phoebe been on a mistake, no fault of her own, poisoned David by burning arsenic-laced candles in his room. Had been burning for some time. He's been sick for some time. This sounds pretty clear to me. I think this could be a good excuse, a good possibility. Of course, this is again the most bloodthirsty period of British justice, so accidentally burning arsenic candles, because the newspaper said arsenic candles burn brighter and longer, would probably still take her head. Who knows? Maybe they softened up down in the Neath, with most of the barristers dead. And we haven't spoken to Phoebe yet, have we? Tell David I think Phoebe poisoned him with candles. Rachel on David's lovers. Phoebe committing murder by arsenical candles. Look, let's be clear. David doesn't know anything. When David came back, he was very willing to take the suggestion that Archie murdered him because why not? And the moment that I throw myself at the court and say it was me all along, I don't know how I did it, but it was me, he's like, yeah, sure, it was Gideon, he did it. So if I tell him it was Phoebe, he's gonna be like, wow, it was Phoebe? You're kidding. And maybe when we talk to Phoebe, we could talk about other motives. And if nothing else, we could probably scratch out the arsenical candles. Might find this look familiar and comforting. There's a rat in full three-piece suit on my head. Ooh. Leading me out of doors, are we? Allow Algernon's presence to make a first impression. Flirt with Phoebe. Flirt with Phoebe, what? We could. She does seem pretty nice too, but there is still the possibility of murder here. Algernon, you go first. I see him notice my headgear. Oh, she likes that! The second corpse. Dead body out... what? This is the first... Why didn't Rachel tell us? What if David died, and they swapped his face out? Now we're getting metaphysical, because if somebody died, and had their face swapped out... Hold on. This isn't just some body that was crafted from the dirt and then left back in the streets of London when David came back. If you die and come back, then you die and come back. Yeah? Isn't that how it normally works? You don't produce a body, then come back in a second when you come back in yourself? So what's confusing me then is we have two David faces. My thinking is maybe David had been killed and swapped faces. And then somebody else is wearing David's face, or maybe David killed somebody else and wore that face. Either way, there's a face swapping going on. And David might not be David. It could be that second body was David Sand's face. But now the plot gets deeper. Because we got something a bit different than a simple tryst or devilry. Rachel? Wash the body just as they'd done David's. Now, even if they got their own Jewish customs, would they extend that to any random body they found at their street? Pay to be buried at Christian grave. Well, see, the corpse was pantless and they could tell at a glance. You just have to guess. Clean cuts. Permission for more questions. Phoebe of killing David with arsenical candles. I was gonna pursue the candles, but now I got something so much deeper to worry about. Accuse Phoebe. Maybe at the end. David's romantic connections? As a chance to flirt? No. Did you have a motive, Phoebe? Critical question in a reassuring way. I too have also sometimes felt the desire to wrench someone's life from their throat. Do you ever feel such concerns? I love him. Begged him to stay when he talked of going to the surface. Any possibilities about accidentally killing him with arsenical candles? It says accuse. But we're not exactly playing Clue here, so the language doesn't have to mean we're purposefully accusing you until we go to Harjeet. Lighting those candles for months, no harm done. So if nothing else, she admits that she has used those candles. And he has been feeling ill for months. So this is our easy out. We do have an easy out if we don't want to pursue any deeper. That is true. But then again, they've been going about with lead eating materials, green wallpaper, and who knows what else. I have got to look this up. Arsenic candles. It could be there's an element of survivorship bias. First result is Etsy. Check out our arsenic candle selection for the very best and unique or custom handmade pieces from our container candle shops. A blog entry about corpse candles poisoned in Victoria, Britain, with the blurb, every trace of arsenicated candles obliterated from the capital of France, but meanwhile blah blah blah. What's the blah blah blah? Arsenic poisoning in the 19th century. When you lit the candles, the arsenic vaporized, causing anyone in the room with them to get head and stomach aches. Toxicity of the candles. Don't you ... me. Result of arsenic poisoning. 24 hours typically after consuming a potent dosage of arsenic. It could be as fast as 2 hours or as slow as 2 weeks. How arson used for murder. Famous and infamous people who suffered arsenic poisoning. Arsenic products used before results became known. Arsenic-tainted food was the cause of most 19th century poisonings. Good and many people were poisoned from pudding. So they're already dying in droves from poisoning themselves from their pudding and other things. Rat poison. Child died eating a paste used for exterminating mice. Tragically not too unusual. Flypaper, cosmetics, candles, fabric dyes, wallpaper, and medications from everything from asthma to cancer to reduce libido and skin problems, as well as in factories that made these products and in the polluted air. And preferred treatment for syphilis. And a sexual stimulant taken as an aphrodisiac. The infamous green dye is everywhere. Gloves, socks, shoes, carpets, drapes, artificial flower wreaths, and more. How wasn't everyone just dropping dead? Or is this like the lead gasoline, and it simply contributes to the IQ and decision-making and policy-making throughout the era of industrialization and colonialism? Babies who played on green carpets and rubbed up against green wallpaper in the nursery got sick and sometimes died. Well, there you go. Affected grown-ups as well. Using drapes, carpet, bedspread, or wallpaper. Making emerald green dye became a huge prosperous industry, so the manufacturers just ignored all evidence that Shields green and Schweinfurt green compounds were toxic, even deadly. But what about candle inhalation? Arsenic, magic ingredient. France in 1834 prohibited manufacture. French candle makers sold secret to the London counterparts. Stearine arsenic candles at British homes, oblivious of the danger until one evening Professor Everett smelt garlic. Death in the candle. Clinical trials where birds were exposed to burning composition candles demonstrated small finches in distressed state, then died several hours, but larger mammals such as guinea pigs and rabbits, none died. And now that I'm getting too close to the truth, I look to the Twitch dashboard and see an unstable bitrate. Is Comcast doing its thing again? It would appear the answer is yes. 16,000 dropped frames in only a few minutes. Well, while Comcast does its thing, I'm going to keep looking up information on arsenic candles and see if this even is a valid form of murder. Chalk had the same beneficial effects against brittleness as arsenic. Another chemist reported 1859 smell of garlic from his candle, but green pigment to the coloring the wax. Shields green. Okay, that's really helpful though. Arsenic candle poisonous? Can you actually poison someone by candle, by way of straight dope? And for the ancients, even older than me, straight dopes was kind of like a precursor to Snopes. AMP, you've learned from Dana that GOG has released True Love 95. Ooh. I don't think I know that one, but always good to see stuff pop up. Do you mind the Comcast though? It is a rain of frames. Can you actually poison someone by candle? In the whack or wick? Arsine, actual compound, gaseous room temperature. Poisonous in large amounts or prolonged exposures. I'm breaking up. I'm afraid I am. It is simply Comcast doing its thing. Even trying to watch myself on this end, I'm just getting a loading circle. Oh, there we go. There's me now. Took a while to show up. But still more loading circles. Which at least... question remains unanswered. Boils down to whether it's a substance that incorporated in a candle. That's speculation, though. So I am seeing that people had headaches and stomach aches from being in rooms with the arsenic candles. But I'm not seeing much in the sense of people dying much from the arsenic candles. Leave Comcast. I really wish I would, MP. I have no greater wish. Arsenic candles, popular in the 1830s, didn't last very long. One could make candles that look like fancy wax candles with much cheaper ingredients and fat, i.e. arsenic. With the candle, arsenic would vaporize. People report headaches and stomach aches after being in a room with the candle. but the problem solved the size rather quickly, and other ways of making candles were found without using arsenic by 1840. But again, not much in the actual were there deaths. This sounds more like a, they had the thing, and they used it for a bit, and then people got ill, and then they stopped. But then again, David spends all of his time, well, not all of his time is indoors, but he spent lots of times indoors, it would seem. And so maybe he's getting a higher dosage in an enclosed space for prolonged periods of time than other people across the Neath are. 1,000 kilobytes per second now? Come on, Comcast. I'm not going to continue with the game if the internet's going to be unstable and then we miss out on stuff. If I dare to defy Comcast, is True Love 95 going to help me defy Comcast and P83? Right, Comcast is being Comcasting, so I can't even load the page all that fast. It could be me this time. Twitch itself has been poor service-like for many people in the past month, but this time it looks like the blame is Comcast, and not a Twitch ingest server issue. Originally released in English in 1995, and you find it funny how this new release has added all characters are the age of 18 on the title screen. Oh no. Oh no. Not oh no to that so much, but oh no. In that on my tablet at least, where the internet is admittedly a bit weaker, the internet is suffering enough that the emotes don't even show up and just appear as a column of text. Maybe I should hazard giving myself a speed test on here. Speed test by Ikla. Comcast has their own speed test service, but you know they lie. You know very well that Comcast isn't going to give a speed test that implicates Comcast. So let's see what speed test has to say. My speed test isn't even... There it goes, now it's loading. Ping of 194 milliseconds. Usually I get about 30 to 50 megabytes up. And now it's struggling to give 8. 8 megabytes up. And 3, 4, or down. 7 megabytes down. 4 up. So it could simply be and the kilobytes per second dip worse into the triple digits. Hey, 428 Shibuya. Speed test reveals 7.95 megabytes per second up, 4.55 megabytes per or down, 4.55 up, and 10 to 11 is about where it normally is for a comfortable stream.